7 hours, I guess. Oh. Mm. Mm. I don't know which one's worse. It's probably worse that you don't get enough, right? Altogether. Mm. My skin looks good. I think the salicylic acid that I'm using is actually working really well. My cleanser. It looks nice. Yeah. I don't sleep enough, but I find it hard to sleep early. Yeah, I think screens like fuck with that a lot. If I ever had something more rigid, that would be awful for me. Because for me, it's I just kind of petal out. You know what I mean? I expend all of my energy and I just run out, and then I go to sleep for like 7 hours. Versus if I had to get up at 8 every day or something, and like I wasn't tired around my bedtime because I was using screens or something, and I still have energy, and then I had to like wake up. That would fuck with me because like I would really have to like get disciplined in making sure that I have a ritual or something that consistently gets me tired, and not like medication. Otherwise I just wouldn't be able to fall asleep, and it would just be too bad. Like, mm-mm. Mm. If I sleep for too long, I stay up even longer. Wait, really? The previous day? I don't know. Like, it really you like it's you really don't want to like depend on like melatonin or something because it fucks with your natural chemical cycles. You don't want to do that. Um, but people say routine is really really helpful with that, right? Or doing something that's really boring. Unfortunately, that was one of my plans or one of my things that I had to do when I remember when I took that really fucking awful early AM class. I had to do some like reading or studying to sleep is what I had to do. Like I had to force myself to like study or do something just that was just veg. I would listen to podcasts too. That'd be another thing that would help me get to bed is listening to science podcasts. That'd be the other thing that get me in bed. But yeah. Mm. It would suck if I was one of those people. Are you guys 8 hour people or are you 7 hour people? I would hate to be an 8 hour person. Oh god. Eh. I would hate to be an ugh. Oh god. Because if anything fucked with that, I would just I don't know. That's a whole hour. That's a whole hour. That's a whole hour. Jeez. That's a whole hour of potential interruptions. 4 to 6. I'd say 5 to 7 for me. Yeah, 5 is bad, but like 6 or 7 is good. Anyway, after we finish this, we'll see how I feel. I don't know why I was thinking about Overwatch today. Kind of wanted to play some of that. Kind of wanted to play some. Every time I want to play Plan Arcadia, I think about cutscenes. I want to be there and I want to know what happens, but I don't want to just sit there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like my only thing that like makes me not want to do it. I just don't want to sit there. You know what I mean? Like I want to be there. Like I want to experience the vibe, and I have to like. It's like I'm playing a second visual novel. You know what I'm saying? Let's skip. I I do what I don't. Like I don't know. Oh hello, are we here? Oh, we're just here. Okay. We're just jumping right the fuck in. Oh my god. Yay! I'm so happy that Mariah's here. Okay, Mariah's here. Miki Toba's here and Van Zeeks is here. I was thinking about something from off stream. I went back and I watched the first case, right? And so what I was trying to do, I was trying to find signs of Gregson being sus. There was one point where the dude, like the rich dude that had the communications device or something, there was one point where he called Gregson a traitor or something at the start. I'm trying to think of like times I saw him where he was acting like strange. You know what I mean? And I think that was one of them, where in that first case, and I also noticed that first case, that dude was like really like uppity and prissy or whatever, like above it all. I'm trying to find out this nobility situation. If the whole thing was that somebody was killing aristocrats or people in the aristocracy, people in power, right? Somebody was killing people in power, right? It's so obviously Strongheart, by the way, because I have reasons I could tell you, I could divulge in. But like, it's people up top, right, that are getting like mauled by dogs, right? I have to think about what it is that is leading you to want to kill these particular people, right? A dog is such a particular weapon to use as well. I guess we found a dog collar with blood on it, right? So who has dogs, first of all? I don't know why a man from Japan, why would a visiting student from Japan, first of all, have a dog that kills people? To me, the circumstance sounds so ridiculous. You would have to like get them like completely out of position, right? If they're people in power, then obviously you're gonna have people around them all the time, right? So you really have to be intimately aware of those people's schedules, right? So to me, I don't know how he would be able to do that. I mean, because what did he do? I think he was like a prosecutor or something. So maybe Genshin was a prosecutor or something who had access to those records. But to me, if you were gonna do something like that and plan to kill all these people, these targeted people, you would have had to have intimately known their schedules and their movement patterns, and you would have had to have been able to have access to getting them alone in order to get a dog to maul them, and also somehow cover your tracks. Like, where did you find and isolate these people? I don't know how it happened, right? I'm assuming when we're gonna go over this autopsy report, we're gonna be talking about like, does anything here mention dogs? No, this is a stab wound to the heart. In his stomach. Like, what did they find? I don't even know that this makes sense, right? So obviously it's Strongheart, but I guess the thing that we're all trying to sit here and figure out is how he managed to do this. I don't. To me, it's completely ridiculous how no suspicion was like. What I think is going to be more impactful is how he manipulated the people around him and how he was able to, I guess, keep everyone a cog in his little machine to keep this facade of his going. You know what I'm saying? Like, how were you able to get away with this? What leverage did you have on people that would make them want to do this kind of thing? And the only thing I can think about is a threat to the country itself through war, I think? Maybe? Like, I think that would be the biggest, if you were trying to do something that would like make people do these awful, heinous things, right? Gregson was even willing to die. Did you notice that? He was willing to die and not tell Kazuma the truth. And I have to think that it's because there has to be some sort of leverage. So the leverage either has to be loved ones or it has to be like the country itself. Because again, if you look at his will says, it's with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge that I'll never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. So I'm assuming it's because of his family, right? And a homeland that made Genshin, I guess, take the blame or take the fall for this crime. And what I'm also thinking too was that Strongheart took advantage of the fact that he had a son that he would have sent an assassin to kill, which is also the piece of leverage. And it's probably the reason why he didn't want these papers to go out, the fact that these existed. That's what I'm thinking. Also, I'm stalling for time because I don't know if Scott is here or not. Anyway, so witnesses. So witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikitoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikitoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Mariah Gorey, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea is making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I know! I know! Where's my old judge? I remember you, Dr. Mikitoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Menzies? Yeah, I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually pinned by you, I believe? Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a great view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. Hi, puppy! If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Menzies' autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So, Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony, witness, now. But before you begin, a word of warning. You with these little fucking conditions, we're gonna fucking kill you, big dog, okay? We're gonna take you into that fucking office of yours with those giant ass clocks. We're gonna put you in those gear cog machines, and we're gonna fucking crush you to death. Sorry. Right. Okay. Like how you killed that fucking dog, because where's the dog? You killed that dog too, didn't you? A word of warning before you begin. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition. Okay. Supposition. So I guess I'm assuming this means things that you are guessing?
Supposition.
Supposition. Uncertain belief. Ideas, notions, conjecture. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, the moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. So no inferences. Okay. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from that man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Posthumously. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could possibly identify as such, much less swear in testimony. Speed! Speed, stop laughing! It's not funny! It's not funny! Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely. With the tip of a sword at his throat? That man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. I don't think so. We're going to object. If I may, my lord. There was almost certainly something questionable about it, and I feel the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims, died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of law, and I'm sure every member of the judiciary president in the gallery would agree. She said, period. Very well, then, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring this cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy reports having been fabricated. Hold it! You couldn't say? No, sadly not. Then you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously, I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass some implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikitoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes. There was, a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. And all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims. There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Ugh. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin ever even kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Male Strongheart. Male. There were no signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your brother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the stories countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time. It's true. Besides, the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? And this is important. We've been looking for this the whole fucking game. I wanted this. You remember how mad I was that I got this autopsy report and it was a piece of junk? Where's it at? Gravity Falls. Whoa, this is worthless.
I am needed elsewhere. Just know that I'll always be right here on the negative $12 bill.
Whoa. This is worthless.
This is worthless. This is worthless. Like, fuck. Oh. Like this piece of shit autopsy. I'm so sick of this. Honestly, now I think about it, this whole ass game. Listen, I don't know how the fuck they were how were they investigating crimes in the past? Okay, honestly, no disrespect, because I'm sure they were good people, but for the past like 400, 500 years, y'all are too fucking racist and up in fucking arms about religion and xenophobic and no science to be fucking having jurisdiction over all these cases. Can you imagine how many people were wrongfully like accused, or like not even just that, but like the extent of people's crimes? You were found to have killed like 1 or 2 people, but maybe you could have killed 7 or something and they never got justice. Like how many, you know what I mean? Like these crimes, I don't know. Like nowadays I feel a little bit like more confident because you have like so many like pieces of evidence that you could choose from, right? You have like DNA evidence, you have like digital evidence that you can use. Like there's so many avenues for it, right? I don't know what's going on in forensics, like in forensics, but I'm sure there's like many methods that you could use to identify people. And I'm just wondering, like years ago, how many people were just like, and not even just that, like the structure of the law itself and how these countries have had to go through like so many different like reforms and different changes in policy and the way that they interact with the law where they live, right? Like I can't even imagine the past, like all of human civilization with law, how much it's changed from where it started to where it is now, especially depending on where you are. Because oh my God. Like if Emma Sykes was here for 5 minutes, she would have solved this whole thing. Like what? Imagine if we had a mood matrix right now. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Hello? Emma Sky. I don't know why I keep on saying Sykes. Emma Sky, yes. Wait, as a matter of fact. Turn it up. Wait, hold on. I like how she had continuity. She was in 3 games, wasn't she? No, 4 games? 4 games. No, 3 games. Because she wasn't in Dual Destinies. I think she was in Spirit of Justice, though. But where's the other one? This one? Was she in Dual Destinies? Investigations? Oh, that would make sense. Okay. This fucking sucks. I hate this song. I didn't know, but you know what I thought about? You know what I thought about? Why'd they introduce Viola and Athena Sykes, and then you just don't see anything from the new games? What's going on? What's wrong with Athena Sykes and Viola? What's going on with that? Where are the games? Where are the games? Where's the games? I don't know. I can't believe Apollo, dude. I can't. I love him. And he clears Phoenix to me, but like... Awful outfit and hair. Hello? Excuse me? Where's that? This used to be on loop. This used to be on loop. Miko? This orange man. Okay, Floridian. The amount of times I've watched that fucking video All of us. Oh, it took me a week. I will tell you, that is the hardest. That was the hardest. That was the hardest case I've ever done. That was so fucking hard. It took me so. I remember riding the bus because I was riding the bus across the country. It took me like a good 5 days. I could not do it. I didn't have the means to look it up either. It took me so long. So long. Anyway, instead of the guitar, it's Justin playing the triangle. Ace is dressed like Fugue. That's what I'm just like. And then I just want to just show up. Hey. Hey. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. I made this my ringtone. It's so good. He's like, man, I really like this song. Did I ever tell him the truth, by the way? It's so funny. His backstory isn't even complete, is it? Because they never told him the identity of his mom. Oh my god. Dude. Whatever, man. Anyway. Anyway, what exactly was it though? What was beautiful and what does dangerous and beautiful mean? Well, what was this evidence? It was sparkly and brown with a hole. As if it might slip over a finger. A ring? A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. A ring, huh? Why does a ring sound familiar? A ring. I remember somebody with a ring, but I can't think of who it was. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood that it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left for Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but his ring wasn't among them. He needs that ring. He needs that ring. He needs that ring. Where is the ring? Where is that fucking ring? This... Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from the years in the stores. Goodness gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikitoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that I'm thinking back now. I don't think... I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? You should want to kill him, by the way. You should want him dead. Let's see, who else? You should want him dead. Let's see. You should. You should. You should. You should. You should. You should. You. Everyone here wants him dead. Everyone here has been connected to this guy in some way. Except these 4 worthless pieces of garbage, but like... Actually, you know what? 3, because he was helpful, but yeah. Very well, you may submit it. Mr. Asogi's ring. This is quite important, isn't it? It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It almost looks like claws protecting the jewel. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow, now my finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhata, even for you. Who would wear such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing some damage. Serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste. Yeah, how would you be able to consume such a thing? Without internal bleeding. Let's see how it interacts with the autopsy report. No internal trauma was noted anywhere in the body.
Hold it!
There's nothing else to examine, is there? That's another thing that we need to do in these sort of games and keep this. Like, examining evidence is so fucking good. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barack Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. I agree. So we know the problem, right? The problem is that this ring is really sharp, and the class report says no internal trauma was noticed anywhere in the body. That's a problem, right? Because the ring would have caused damage to his esophagus. So
Objection!
the court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, so you didn't actually see it being removed. Did you, Professor Mikitoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny. whether this ring is in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Rastogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I don't know how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size will require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there is the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikitoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws it has in it, surely you would expect to see some damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucus membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. What kind of joke is that? What? What the fuck are you talking about? What? What? That's like me telling Crew that Faith and Spelody calcs higher than the shiny Arya, and he's like, may I remind you that that set looks like Arya. Sorry, that's not gonna work for me. But logic would dictate. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify the assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the result of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There was no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Okay, can you swallow it then, please? Eat it! Eat it! Like, eat it! You do it! I mean, let's see it. Eat it. Like, what? Eat it then. Like, what? Who wants to eat it? Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one, so the government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of the evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch up her corpses, all with her secrets inside. That's wrong. Hi, Ricky. Dr. Gory. It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Isogi saving my life. What? My father? Saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. Okay, so I noted the ring. That's not the same ring. Okay, there we go. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He had shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what the thugs were after him? That's why the thugs were after him that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and having him Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial, to see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems as though you've convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy result. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Isogi have not disputed the findings to his trial? That's not... In the closed trial hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds, and that is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Victor Isogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Isogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Isogi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There is no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. I mean, no. No, that's the issue. Like that I don't think I have any evidence to prove, right? That like there's something at the highest power that is okay. Are we really here at this time? It might be time to use this, honestly, because like that's the one thing I need. What is the leverage? What is the leverage that he has on people? What made him? Because if you think about it, right, if Tobias Gregson knew that that piece of evidence was a piece of shit, right, for the past 10 years, what happened as a result of that trial? This dude was a legend at the yard for this, right, for his insistence of doing that, right? So it would have just meant that the last 10 years of him being like this superhero was just a fucking lie, which is probably why he was so grumpy. He probably didn't even like the title because he knew that it was a lie, right? So like, what is it that's making these people stay quiet? Like, why are you quiet? And you said it's at the highest of powers that I stay quiet about those papers, right? Don't say anything. So I'm assuming, and then you weren't saying anything. You didn't say anything. You haven't said anything. You haven't said anything. And so I'm led to believe that the reason why they were silent was because it had to do something with either someone they cared about or the country itself or the threat of war. This person said it was the highest government that said not to say anything about those papers, right? So I really do have to question if that was the reason why. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What is this what's the latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason of maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invitation, there is no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invitation, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? I mean, that is, thank you. That's actually great. That's a great point. Two people in connection to that autopsy have died. Right? And it's thought that there was nobody else left. So if I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who have been looping in delusion these past 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been some part of negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain his silence in court? It could be the sword. It could be the papers.
Take that.
This is the defense's answer to that question. Oh my god! Is it the sword? He would have said nothing at his trial because of Kazuma, right? Perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. I'm assuming it has to be this, right? wrong? Okay, maybe I should let go of my convictions then. What proof do you have that could possibly explain his silence in court? Because he could have escaped? That's a reason why.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Togi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but he did try to escape afterwards. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although, I find it hard to believe that my father could have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a corroborator from the judiciary. I have here in the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak plan was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Isogi and the British government in exchange for his silence in court. He was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Isogi can be explained in no other way. Order, order, order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Kaidan? Yep, I need to go find him. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. What the fuck is that word? If there's something that increases my lexicon, it's this game. Rattle-pated. Rattle-pated? Scatterbrained, foolish, or lightheaded?
Hello everyone. Thanks for choosing my channel.
Girl.
Rattle-pate.
Rattle-pate, okay. Okay, cool. He wired both Barclay and the prison earlier, asking Governor Kaidan and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that you would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Why would he have such a strong inclination towards... Why would he have such a strong inclination towards, forensic evidence being a thing? Like, why was that his big goal? And his big dream? I'm thinking about Strongheart. Why would he do that? Hmm. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. I, Barry Clayton, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. Hello? Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here in court is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor? We already been through that all before, a decade ago, and the conclusion was there was anything untoward happened. A convict escaped your prison, Governor. I hardly expect you to call that nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Usogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Cads, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Usogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Usogi out of Barclay jail 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil there, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Usogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I don't think if there were some I don't know if there were some investigations or no, sorry. I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. I cannot read that, dude. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I don't know that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't anything about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Usogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Usogi committing the crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let's ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? If I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Proceed, counsel. Okay, hold it. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Alright, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. That's a fair chance. There's a fair chance it came up higher from the latter. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, don't bother with speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here, okay.
Hold it!
So Mr. Vigil didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Oh. No. 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 No, I don't like that. Oh. All right, then who else didn't know? Who else did know about the plan? As I was saying before, what? Daly and Enoch Drebber need to start a support. Yeah. This sucks. Poor guy. And their families too. Man. One almost died, the other one became disenfranchised. Mm-mm. Where is she at? Courtney! Courtney, where are you? Can we please? Why don't? Where is she? Please, we need you, Courtney, please. No. Come back, we need you. Oh, I see why you didn't want me to look at this. Oh. I see why Scott didn't want me to look at the whole art. That sucks. I hope she comes back. Please come back. Please come back. She has to come back. She was connected to it. So therefore, I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who've been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. You need to show up! You need to be here! I don't know why we're having this party without Dr. Scythe. What's going on? Is it a party without Courtney? Where's Courtney? Bring Courtney here. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Why'd I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Isogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening that led up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I still can hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil. I can't apologize enough. You can give him your house. How's about that? You can give him your life savings and your house, because his life was almost taken. So if you take your life savings and give them, that sounds good, right? Right? That seems fair. A whole house and life savings in exchange for somebody's life. Yeah. Why not? Yeah. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the professor's office.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged the orders came from the prosecution's office. They arranged for the man's escape. There must have been some negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I don't know anything about it. The witness's stand is no place for telling what I don't know for sure. I can tell you that much. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of your guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be then. Even with you, at the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Gichin Isogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that, only Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. I don't know. The last part of the plan? Are you okay, buddy? Excuse me!
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Is that why you have his ring? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? Is this some sort of Barclay convention? He would do that too. What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted the memories of that time from my mind. Didn't I say that, like, he was also potentially, that he was potentially also a bride because of her, and she seemed to be a member of higher society? Which put her at risk? I don't know. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors. In the name of my country. That's what I'm saying. It's always for the government. It's for the government. Gregson also was also talking about the same thing about his country. All for the queen or all for the country. It's always for your state. And you know those people who love their country. You know those people, you know those the patriots. Oh, you know those patriots, Oh, they love their country, okay? And they'll do some stuff. They'll have some opinions if it means putting the country first, okay? Maybe that's the same case here. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there need to be any of all the Goodness gracious. More words! Hi, Keontae.
Chicanerie.
Chicanerie. Wait. Chicanerie? What is this?
Chicanerie.
Chicanerie is a French word.
Chicanery.
Chicanery, sorry. Okay, a French word that means deception or trickery. Okay. Why would there need to be any chicanery of an escape? That is a good point. Did I point this out too? Why would they shoot him if they were right? If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by a sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, beyond the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now, except one person. It's an unsettling story, or an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe that there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Well, what does he get in return? Like, what does he... Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Gads, Alright, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. The only weapon he has left?
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? What? You mean this, you mean? Discovered during the victim's final autopsy. There was every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like, but if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's gonna listen. Aye, that's right. What I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that could give him an angle to negotiate. Which we know was his papers. Oh, Asogi-san, that's new. Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison. I don't think his father would have engaged in such negotiations, since something compelled him to agree. Using the law to legitimize such an underhanded dealing with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. He didn't have anything to bargain with. Not according to his final weapon here.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of a bladder being broken out of prison. A bladder being broken out of prison. Gichin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Happers. The fellow couldn't have possibly had anything like that. But you know that he did, Comforter. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Gichin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, didn't you, you wee rat? Didn't I tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will be this will is the only weapon that I have now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jings, what in blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you wee Peely Wally Galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I not? Young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Isogi. Which means, everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Isogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warden's word. That man could easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that. I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Isogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're gonna do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these facts and reprehensible facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a few vocal here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Come on, Vigil. Come on, Vigil! Come on, Vigil! Get him! As the warden responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Isogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, I was doing something with that will in his cell. You were? Did I read that right? Oh, he was doing something with his will in that court, or in the cell. We turned the cell inside and out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Isogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono, I think it's called. That's it? And his kimono, that's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? You wee waffinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're gonna do, is it? Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Little and large, what a double act. We compiled with Isogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely, besides the ring. Aye, and you can't deny the handwriting is of your old man, eh? Yes, there is no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel with the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Let's lock in, my lord. As the warder responsible, hold it. So that would mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Shall we converse? Perhaps over tea. Yes, certainly. Though there was little precious time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as a man capable of mass murder. And yet, he confessed in full to his crimes. Perhaps over tea. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will that you saw him with? What can you say about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bampot you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was reprimanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecution's office. A prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was pinned at the prosecutor's office, why isn't it at the prosecutor's office? You would surely would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the victim's cell, or convict's cell. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Are you serious? I love everybody in the fucking court just like, what the fuck? This is so funny. Everyone is so on our side. Everyone is just like, what the fuck? Y'all hear that shit? You already said what the fuck? That's so funny. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, to think about that will. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported it back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, it cannot have disappeared completely in my face. Well, it was down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. You mean... That article based on Mr. Draper's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when that awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin Isogi to escape the prison, resulting in your imminent dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the papers when a directive came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Yes, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't know before, and I don't know now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what was said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Isogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Document. What document was so important? The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono, what it's called. You know what I just realized? Ryunosuke is so serious now. And when I say he's serious, like, he was unserious before, but now, like, he's so serious. Like, he's so legitimate. Have you noticed that there's not as many funny moments ever since this whole trial started, like, last act? Like, he has been so professional. He's been so, like, oh. He's doing a really good job, actually. It's like he's in his prime. Yeah, why would he break out if he had nothing? And Mr. Isogi's kimono. The one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand? That's right, it was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Isogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being a part of the clan. Could that man had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anyone with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikitoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Let's see. Asuzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper. Suzuri, is that correct? He's Japanese, y'all. I mean, okay. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say
Is that right?
Okay, good enough. But I'm sorry to say that the letters just look like squirming look like a swarming mess of jet black earthworms to me. Can you speak Japanese?
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, can you speak Japanese? Mr. Vigil, sir. It was Scarlet, sir. What? Are you Breezy? Mr. Vigil. It was Scarlet.
Hi, Miku. This is Scarlet. Being true to who you are makes all your dreams possible.
Kills me every time. Hi, Miku. This is Scarlet. And she's so pretty. Stop. And she's so look at her. Isn't she so pretty? Like, oh my gosh. Like, oh my goodness. Like, look at her. She's gorgeous. Oh my god. All right, anyway. Yes, this is Scarlet. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibility or not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it before, for a brief moment, of course, but even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness. Is that really what you saw? What? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Oh, don't... Wait. What? What the fuck is Och Dene Haber? You can see plainly here the writing here. And it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. The what? Och Dene Haber? What? Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Usogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, wasn't it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Usogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There was nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma Father's holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you should present it to the court at once. Hmm. I should go back to another piece of testimony here in press.
Hold it!
Oh my god. Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated in a gentlemanly fashion until the end, when he was callously betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. Yes, the gentlemanliness is overwhelming me. It's overwhelming. Ah!
Hold it!
Hmm. This is a difficult one. Hi, Duran. I am just thinking.
Hold it! it!
What document would have been in his document, huh? Document. Is this right? I think it is. Like, it has to be the only thing I can present, so.
Objection!
There's no other documents. Like,
Objection!
how? Like, but. Oh my god, no. Oh my god. Okay. What? Well, let's get some context on this. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I'm about to believe that is exactly what you did see. What? Happens again. You're no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes. And there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet color ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Banziques was writing in an unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document pinned in the color of the ink was in the inkwell. That was in the inkwell was ever found. No document pinned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. Okay. So the document just disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Clint Banziques was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to believe, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil, sir, when you spotted Mr. Ustogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as followed, were they not? All right then, but what is on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Stogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Ustogi. Oh no! It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Banziques.
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. Did you ever get one? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That's utterly out of the question. Lord Banziques. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He would rest. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
Are you serious? And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. Because honestly, he's not the first person to willingly like perish for these kind of things. This guy willingly went to jail. This guy willingly became an assassin, right? It's not out of the question that people do things. I mean, this guy was willing to be an assassin too. It's not hard to believe that some people go at great lengths to do these kind of things. I think it's interesting how this ring frames this gemstone, like how Male Strongheart's hair frames his face. Interesting. Anyway, and yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Ustogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No. Uh-oh. The person who killed those other aristocrats? Oh no. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
Let's ignore the caller. Uh-huh. No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Isoki had in his possession was that of Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that possibility. We have a duty to pursue that line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the content of that document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation to that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. What, who the real Reaper is? But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo? However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Uh-oh. Was it his brother? I don't know about this one. It could be a number of things, but yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isoki was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact an accusation. Obviously, it must have been an accusation. Oh, a report would make sense. Oops.
Objection!
Let me go back.
Objection!
Okay, anyway. Sorry. Revealing the identity of the true professor, which would explain why Isogi took it since he was who was implicated by the document. No. In that case, The will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all. In your suggestion, you're suggesting that the accusation was against some other person? No, if that were the case, the two men surely would have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Then your whole argument falls down. Sorry. It was a report, my bad. The report is probably better than an accusation. He didn't confess. He didn't do it, did he? He didn't do it, did he? Wait. Oh no, that makes more sense. Oh no, that does make sense. Oh no! Oh, he's gonna be mad at me. Oh no! Did you do it? Oh no. Oh, he's gonna fucking kill me. You can do this, Mr. Naruhado. I believe that what Lord Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough. Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. Oh no. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Clint Van Zieks himself? Ugh! Oh my god. The other two, like... It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds to the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the General Republic ever found out, this country would be finished. Law and order with this country would be finished. No, no, no. Stop. I didn't want to think about that either. I didn't want to think about the fact that the other ones were killed by dogs and the last one just wasn't. The dog was like, he was like, bite me. And the dogs were like, the dog was like, what the fuck? The dog was just like, no? Do I look like... Like me? Okay. This is insane to me. I have to eat a Popeye's biscuit. Give me a second. I gotta eat. Drink some water. It's dry. This is cute. That's cute. Oh, it's dry. Hold on. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhado. Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order, order, order in the court. Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmug. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmug. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he was following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Oh! 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 And the wholeness of everyone listening to the stream gasp. Oh! No, don't say that. Oh, everyone spectating in the audience went, ah! That's not good. Oh. No, not that. A jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It was the insignia of the Baskerville family. Oh no, the Baskerville family! Why is that name coming up? Baskerville is the name of my brother's late widow. That pure gold emblem is an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their... Oh no. There can be no doubt then. The collar you're describing was Balmug's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, could it have been from its quarry? It could have been from its quarry, of course. But it equally could have been from human prey. So it's true then? Clint Van Zieks really was the professor? Impossible. These Japanese are making up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was the noble himself. and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. Though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went into the pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish himself. Clint. The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of a metropolitan police service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, while as he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Great Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusations of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion of his own. We can only imagine what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Clint Van Zieks... He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. Yeah, but you gotta go. So, you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, while it's keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt that it was a Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, it was him. That was him, wasn't it? Was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then, the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he actually had already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I know the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had but one crippling weakness. What weakness? You, dummy! Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by her or order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know that you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hasn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand. So, what'll it be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. Protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Barak Van Zieks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew you'd play that part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that sort of embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. To those who cooperated with me already, were too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, my minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod of the Reaper. Wait, what? Are you serious? To those who cooperated with me, to those who cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate with my plan. Gregson and Wilson, my minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Really now. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who stirred the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in the aid of keeping London safe. Uh-oh. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can he? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I do have communication on the outside. I have one last question for the accused, Lord Benziques. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a great source of turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable to think my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament pinned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. I don't know. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Hold it.
Objection!
Yeah, I object. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. Why did he only doubt one time? What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so what on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely says something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Lord Van Zieks. It was Lord Van Zieks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was a little jarring. Come on, Ryunosuke, go over it again. Find it. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. So, not even just that, but why would... I thought the whole premise behind killing the nobles, that they were doing something to, like they were doing injustices and they couldn't be touched. So what was it that the Lord Chief Justice at the time was doing that could have possibly warranted him being a target? That doesn't make sense. Does it? I don't think it does. Doesn't make sense to me. I gotta go pee and grab some food. Does that make sense to you? It doesn't make sense to me. Does it? I don't know. All right, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. All right. Crew, are you here? Crew back. Okay, there he is. All right. Okay. Give me just a moment. Ugh. Okay, get my light off, turn it off. I'm trying to look for it. You asked for the source. So I will open up Twitter. I will open up YouTube. Okay. All right, okay. So years ago, like a very long time ago, there was, you know how like people just made like random YouTube videos of like one worded, just like random videos. So this video years ago called Falcon that somebody released. And it was like 14, 15 something years ago. I'll post it. So it was this video. Falcon. So it's Do the Astral Plane by Lotus Juice. That came out like a long ass time ago, 14 years ago at this point, right? And so one day I was just browsing on Twitter and somebody had recreated the video with Lucas, and they titled it just Lucas, and I've loved it ever since then because that just started out of nowhere. Let's see if we posted. Where is it at? Here it is. So let's see. There it is. There it is, right there. And this is so old, and it was such an obscure thing that people like were like, "Oh, cool! What is this?" And nobody knew what it was, like, except a few people. Like, except they were like, "Wait a minute, I know what this is." And so it's the same like concept. So yeah, that's the context. A little nice obscure reference. If you could have any one power up from the Mario Bros. Series, which will it be? You only get one once, and you will abide by the rules. Let's see. If I could only have one power up and I get to use it once. I would say maybe the gold flower, maybe? Because you could use the gold flower, and assuming I don't get hit by anybody, right? You could just like keep making coins. Now, the problem is I don't know what that currency would convert into, because if I could create infinite money, well, then it loses its value because of scarcity. So I'd have to be very careful with how it worked. But if I could produce currency, and then generate it, and then make sure I don't produce too much so that it saturates tenure, then I think that'd be a good idea. The gold flower from New Super Mario Bros. 2 would probably be my option. If not that, then I guess wasn't there? No. Yeah, I think there was one more that did that kind of thing. There was like a golden block, I think. Yeah. Cloud. I mean, cloud sounds like fun, but I'm trying to think like practical. If I can only use it once, I mean, I would like a star, but I don't know. A one up? A one up sounds good too. I could die. I get a free life. Ooh, maybe one up. Maybe it's one up. Okay, maybe the real answer. No, moon. I get a moon. Doesn't the moon give you 3? No, there's one more. What gives the most lives in Mario? Item. It's the 3-up moon. Okay, so the moon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll pick the moon then. The moon sounds good. All right, anyway. So, we're turning back to this. We are of the opinion, back with what he was saying before, that if you look at the victims, right? All the victims that were killed by Clint Van Zieks were all people in power, right? And his conviction, and the reason why he did that was because he felt like the people in power were manipulating everybody and taking advantage of the people, right? And they could get away with anything they wanted to because they were rich, right? Which is largely true. And we saw that a semblance of this earlier when it came to that mob boss dude that we were defending. Rich people can kind of just get away with whatever they want to. So we were thinking why the police chief or the chief prosecutor at the time would allow, why would that be targeted? That doesn't make any sense. So we would need to find out more about that person to see if he fits the bill, right? So let's see it. Okay, anyway, no matter the circumstances, it's unthinkable he could kill his friend and mentor. And he was a friend and mentor. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nepalese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and your third and the third victim just now, you said something that was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from your words, out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? Wouldn't it be this one?
Take that!
Wait, no. Am I an idiot? Let me take a look. I might be an idiot. The chief prosecutor at the time. And what was it that we're scrutinizing? We're scrutinizing... Okay. It's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. I don't know. I guess I'm wrong here. I need more context. I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the worst mistake of my life. And don't you dare show your face again at my door once the trial is over. Oh my god, it was an accident, y'all! Sorry! Jeez. Did Lord Van Zeke say something? Or did Lord Strongheart say something contradictory? Let's think. Well then, no, that's not true. What about the what about the will? Would you clearly to explain what? Among the statements you just made, something you said is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Pinned in black ink.
Take that!
I don't think so. This is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will. What? Moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought you perhaps identified something more worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle? Governor Kaden, what can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man pinned his last will and testament. Yes, I was there. I'm sure the black worm-like scrawl to this day. Yeah, okay. I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. Then where is it? Only the first 2 pages were actually the will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will, and we wouldn't have made any uncomfortable words, wanted any uncomfortable words about the British getting back to Japan. So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to not be sent? What the fuck? How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom has no place for sentimentality, Lord Counsel. Jesus Christ. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document right here with me now. Oh, well, thanks! My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may still give us a clue. My lord, the defense calls for Gichin Asogi's last words to his son be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can only be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Kaden. You will read the third... He can't read Japanese. I can't actually read the language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would happily translate the words into English for the court. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikitopa? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary. Albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma. The truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem, twist thy head. Father, what is Karuma? The name of the Asogi-san's famous sword, a razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All of these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all of that, no new information has come to light. The truth is shrouded in darkness. That is a haiku. Or, yeah. Okay. What does Kazuma think of those last words? In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, he clearly was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Scarlet. Shrouded in the truth? Is shrouded in black. I have to do something with, like, we need Shalms. Shalms! Shalms! Hurry! Lord Strongheart. You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order, and I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart. What exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikitoba. Were you not to... Wait. Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, it's time to do it. Present evidence. Can I present the bunny? There's nothing relevant remaining from that time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that has escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I don't know. Dare I say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How? Decisive? Bro, what the fuck can I possibly have? I don't have it. I should have waited. I don't have anything. I'm gonna leave. Okay, it could be the red. Okay, I know. It's the ring. It's the ring. I know. Let's just wait and see what happens. Okay, okay. He said twist thy head. Should I? Do I twist the sword or do I twist the ring? Okay, fine, fine, okay.
Hold it!
What head am I twisting? Besides... the hilt of the sword. Well, it won't let me. Oh, fuck me. I tried it. No, I looked. No, I tried. Fuck you. I literally tried. No, fuck you. You saw me inspect it earlier. I tried. I passed over it. No, I fucking didn't. I literally had it right here. Whatever. I didn't see it. No, I didn't. That's wrong. I penned this, my last one testament, moments before my double death and Willie. Oh, wow. Protecting great secrets. Kazuma conducts himself, like somebody with the weight of his clan's long and away history on his shoulders. Oh. Why can't I examine it? I took a fucking penalty for that. I took a penalty for that. I took a penalty for that. Whatever.
Objection!
It appears there's no escaping it, my lord. Present whatever you think you have capable that can settle this. Sorry. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Yes!
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Banziques. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in a case that hasn't escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karama? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword for all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There could be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Can I read it?
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as the Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. You could have just been like, y'all want to see this evidence? Lord Clint Banziques really did pin something that day. It's exactly as that young Japanese man said. Read it out now. We have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty. Well, well, my lord, it would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you had hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives it its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. No! I, Clint Banziques, have found evidence of gigabytes worth of Boys Love magazines found on Lord Strongheart's hard drive. Wait. Oh no. Oh, see, this is why you can't trust. See, I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable death and willing death. The hour is at 11, and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly sent my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became the subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. And under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost every last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to project justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. Oh, not... Oh, that's not... Oh my god, that's not... Oh...
And if you kick every Latino out of this country,
oh,
then
that's
who
not...
is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that no.
No, oh, that's not... Oh, oh. Oh, that's not... It had to be done. And there we go. That's it. It had to be done. Okay, yeah, that's it. My last words. well, let's go home, y'all. That had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at its roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the names make no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Gitchin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we had agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jikoku. No, he didn't. There had to have been a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jikoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witnesses stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Shishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket that was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast. If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal would rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jikoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. He has to go! Ah! Ah! He has to go! He has to go! Oh my god! He has to go! Oh my god! He's gotta go. That's so fucking bad. Oh my god. That's like banning a champion in a game. Like, he's gotta go. Oh my god. Wu Yong, he's gotta go. Sorry, he's gotta go. He can't be, he's gotta go. What the fuck is that? He's gotta go. What are you talking about? That might be one of my favorite lines in this whole game. He's gotta go. Really? That's this whole 10 years based on that statement. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jikoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jikoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, but the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. So Jikoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the Laxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you all know what really happened at Logate Cemetery that night. Alvin Cheese. It was Jikoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jikoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jikoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light that he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used that whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Ziegs from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
While it's behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough. Do you have any idea of the convicting that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts cannot function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing. Did we have a means case a while ago? Was it in Dual Destinies? The ends justify the means? Dr. Means? You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Ziegs here, who worked tirelessly and justly in court, while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish, having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was for the Queen and the country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Uh-oh. Hello? Damon, is that you? Well, well. Dear me, my good... Wait. 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 Sorry, what? A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both have said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how do you put it? Done nothing? I confess it is a little embarrassing to have pointed it out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can't be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I merely have been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed.
Objection.
You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell, to fight those who dwell, to fight those who dwell, there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith of the police and prosecution's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would have completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say it again, we must at all times occupy the darkness ourselves. There is some truth to that, yes. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed would be completely eliminated from minutes. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lockhart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Looking? Where is Sholmes? What y'all cheering for? Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overseeing wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation in his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. We had the whole conversation, I don't know, broadcasted to everybody because of this toy. Ryunosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path open to me. I don't know. What do you think? Use evidence? Giving use evidence is correct. Yes. I mean, let's try it. I need your help.
Take that!
Please help me. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how this trial would unfurl. So, I think it must be the time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. All right, here goes. Heave. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Is he an expert at breaching communications as well? You're looking quite in the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. What the heck is this? Wait! I wasn't expecting you to be back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Wait, Vogue? I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. Wait, actually, wait, hold on, wait, hold on, wait. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could images not keep them company? I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping to stand to... What? He's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you say. Yeah, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? Ooh! Are you telling on Mom? Are you telling Mom? What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Osato? I never heard of it. Girl, you gotta... Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, she's certainly enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? What on earth is this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session intended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph? Damn, what the fuck? The cinematograph? That does not work.
Cinematograph.
Cinematograph. Okay, thank you.
Cinematograph.
Cinematograph. Okay, cool. Cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be sitting before you, regaling you with the talk of my latest invention, you no doubt inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confessed. I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've engaged in over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Vicky! Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably. Forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mael Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, public! Oh, that asshole of yours is not gonna survive long. Oh my. Oh. It seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country need to be administered from the shadows at all. Mael Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because you are no longer the Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. This breakdown would be amazing. Adjourned. Oh, adjourned. 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 Oh! 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 Y'all need to move! Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. but I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I assume? What do you mean? The need to obtain all... to obtain that will, that was all consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Fucking Clan, back up. Or fucking Van Zieg's, back up. Get away from me. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieg's. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you must follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieg's. Clint. So there's no judge, so when do we leave? Male Strongheart. You colluded with Shishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now? A whole decade later. Why did he even... Can I be honest with you? If this man was so guilty, can I be honest? Why was he so willing to let us do he was so in power that I kind of like question, why did he even let us do any of this stuff? We are so at the mercy of whatever he wants us to do. Like, he literally has the final say in everything. So why, even in the actual courtroom too, why did he let us practice law again? Like, what was his motive for giving us so many responsibilities and so much leeway? He would look bad, I guess. Maybe that had to have been the reason why. To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I think in spite of the delusion, he does respect your justice too. He has absolute power, so he got cocky to save face. I think all three of those are valid. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed for this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly. In the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambitions to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you've killed? So many people got fucked because of this dude. Oh my god. So many people got fucked because of this dude. Because if you think about it, even Soseki was a victim too. Because if there was this, who died, by the way? It was Green. Yeah, Olive Green. Yeah. Because if you think about it, the guy that he was imprisoned with had a treasure. The treasure being the collar of that dog that was hidden in that room. If it wasn't for that treasure being in that room, then Shanspear wouldn't have gassed the guy to death, right? So that's an indirect death caused by all of this. Obviously, everyone directly involved, right? Let's see. The judge. The judge killed his best friend, or killed one of his friends. Let's see. Killed Gregson. I'm sure all those criminals were killed somehow over the past 10 years. I'm imagining that it was Gregson that did it. I suppose Giselle Brett was another victim, Asa Shin, but not really. And then Wilson was killed, right? That reporter guy that killed Asa Shin was motivated to do that because our justice system doesn't do anything, and the probable reason why they don't do anything and why they're so passive was probably because of the Ministry of Civil Affairs position that the judge had. So maybe he felt like he couldn't actually do anything because it would like threaten to have the truth come out. So he probably was indirectly thrown into this as well. I don't know. Gregson's network, Asa Shin, yeah. The reporter's motive and Strongheart's motive are kind of similar. I guess that's fair, yeah. Do we forgive the reporter? No, because he wasn't honorable about it. He implicated somebody else innocent. Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord, as a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. That wasn't the right hand. The darkness that has blighted justice in the last 10 years has been at last dispelled. Thanks in no part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. The defense counsel, Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. I mean, I guess I gotta go back to Japan now because I still have to consider Mikotoba's offer. The reporter and Drebber fall into the same case where they didn't hurt an innocent person in the process of their revenge. It's fair. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest intimations that if British justice was so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to no change. This might be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Aww. Lord Van Ziegs. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have been entirely made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Osogi, who led me to Great Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Osato, who helped me to study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Banziques, who never failed to challenge his Nepalese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair, and for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve to never avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. No, that's Brother Naruhodo right there. See? That's Brother Naruhodo right there. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety I caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrack Banziques. That's the wrong judge again. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrack Banziques, Miss Miller. Miss Miller. Miss Miller. Hang on. Hang on. Barrack in the stands.
Miss Miller.
Be respectful.
Sorry.
Miss Miller.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. That's so funny. Sorry. It's so good. Oh my god. That's not the right well, maybe it is. It's really all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was truly a splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Osato. Yeah, but I still need to get more information about the other people that the Reaper got? Like, what's going on with that? Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a splendid show, that, Mr. Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you seem rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case. I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Oh. Well, I mean, all the criminals over the years, right? Miss Osato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. If you smile at me, I'm gonna turn this game off. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Oh. Miss Osato? There's another face like thunder here. Oh, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first, that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution on my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What's the other he can't say? What's the second of his final wishes? What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd agreed to it, Shishio and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You need not worry about me. Anyway, Yunjin, I have a favor to ask of you, something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm gonna tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. What? She's not in a good way. And she's with a child. What? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her, please. You're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if that's something that should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Hashira and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. Is it Iris? That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I could care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I look around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B is for Baskerville. Iris Baskerville? Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child in my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have a choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of an infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have to have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask a great friend, Sholmes. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really? all it can be said I did for that child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikitoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikitoba. That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. I had no idea. Uh-oh. My dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Yes, we can hear you. You see what that excessive talking can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I fear. It became apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice will require such measures. Bruno, Susie. Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you. You do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. But, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No. Really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. All right, Iris. Thank you for your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhado, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man who once feared by the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? As the writing me, blah, blah, blah. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that suited him and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that dispute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expect to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhado. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhado. Well, I think we should make our way back to the Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Let's go to Japan! I'm home! Oh my god. You still got that? About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that? Colorful piece of history. It's a party, isn't it? Gotta go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. When you got fire, smoke's the best thing, isn't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikitopa. The world-famous great detective. Regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikitoba. I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikitopa. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And at a moment too soon, a feast prepared by Iris and Miss Osato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Osato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please, do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots! Goodness, is it really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me copper globber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're leaving the police force? Why? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't gonna accept that Diver turned dick. Is he? What? Well, people can change, you know. Yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown's been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of this inspector, of his inspector's career, alive, by taking on the great responsibility of wanting that watch every single day again. Someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny, he was. Oh yeah. I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track your old man? Oh! Well, alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy was. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name was or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? with every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Aww. I think Mikitova. Yes, Sholmes? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I have solved many a great mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should have never experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think it calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Okay, let's eat. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the event of the suite of rooms. Returning in the event. Returning in the evening to the suite of rooms. There's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Are you gonna leave? This attic and room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhado. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sounds from Susato's room. Yeah, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of? I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Ziegs. I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. It was what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Ziegs' final wish before he died, you mean? Yes. I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The inscription of the Baskerville insignia left me no doubt. Baskerville? If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later, you would have made the connection to Lord Van Ziegs. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes at the time. I guess. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog within the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Basketball story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That's why. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it carefully and left it at my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes has told me how astute she's become. Should we tell Iris the truth? Yes or no? Maybe when she's older? Why wouldn't you do it now? Well, I guess, yeah. I guess if it doesn't matter, then yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if she changes her mind, I agree. However, having witnessed the events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think that at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way of things turning out, or the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a penciler, eh? Yes. That's what I am now. That's what I'm going back to Japan with you as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. It's funny. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night. Yeah, I just gotta watch out for those riots in the street. Oh! Looking. Susato-san. just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were just discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh. How much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so, yeah. I wanted to consult you about it earlier, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it was what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You good? Susato-san. Yes? I suppose it means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose you'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. You need to stop doing this, buddy. She can hear you. We all can hear you. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you might be exhausted after today. Oh yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Oh shit, we're leaving? I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you'll have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but... Aww. It was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun every once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
Hi.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Again.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Oh.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days.
Oh.
While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
I mean, I would be fucking leaving too. Like, I did all that judicial assistance practice for a defense attorney to help a defense lawyer, and you're gonna become a fucking prosecutor? I'm gonna go. Sorry, like, see ya. I don't have that. Like, I didn't ask to do that. No, sorry, like, not even being funny, like, it's cute. But, like, I didn't fucking ask to do that. Like, I asked to be a defense lawyer, judicial assistant, so I'm gonna go. Like, no, I mean, like, I'm gonna go. I didn't, you know, I'm not paid for that, so I'm gonna go.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
Yeah, your bags, though. Like, what?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
Mikotoba.
So, you
Oops.
go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes.
Columbina.
I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course. What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Right, but where are your bags, girl? Like, where's your luggage? Like, we're about to leave in 5 minutes. Like, what are we doing?
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
That's what I was saying.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Oh.
It is?
Oh.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Okay, never mind. You got me. I lost. You got me.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
And where the fuck is Shalms? Fuck him.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Where's Shalms? Y'all not about to be fucking touching swords. Y'all are not gonna be touching
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly
across the
await
bedroom.
as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
I've decided to become a top. What? Well, when I see you in the bedroom again.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
Our swords will duel. Bye.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes.
There you are.
Thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Did that Zeeks have nothing to say to me?
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Okay. Well, I thought that was a crab. I was like, why is there a crab?
Halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection.
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Aww.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Is it time?
Objection!
There you go.
Until we meet again, Runo.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinema. Oh my god. But I'm no purveyor of electric goods, and one of the promised quotes for secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class in. Oh my god. Ugh. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that he might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you two are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. I love him. Sorry, I do. He's one of my favorites. The boss left me a note for you, you know, and I can read every letter from A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss is trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and the Chief Inspector Tilby are planning to do for the Londoners. Aww. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. I would have loved to have seen him. Oh, there you are. Gina. The truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London. In the future. And then, I gotta complete your education in the art of deduction a la Gregson, as I say. I just can't see this guy being a killer. What are you doing here? Who invited him? Objection. Oblique overstatement overruled. The minister has obtained. Ooh. Who let this capish counsel for the defense? And our women. What? Huh? Get him out. Perhaps I should have engaged in the services of a regular Eagle team. Do we have women in the courtroom now? Oh, this fucking song. Jesus Christ. Oof. Oh, are you okay? Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they expert at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Okay, I'm actually glad these two. I love them too. They're probably my second favorite. Third favorite? They're up there. Hello, Airbrain. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked this Window Hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barack, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could vanish into thin air sometimes. Oh my god, if she was my Emma, that'd be so good. I don't like you, Miss Tuspel. Sorry, I never did. When I went to pick the even though I could never speak of it. The Lord Justice and I struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do. Sorry, not a fan. Not a fan. Oh no, you're in jail? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know. Oh my god. Do you really have to be here? This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're gonna strike it rich together. I like him. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up at the dock, there's no one I would have had rather defending me. I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care. I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. It's cinema. It's cinema. It's cinema. Oh my god, the cat? Yay! I was wondering what the hell that fucking cat was. I actually thought the cat was gonna play a bigger part in all this. Seriously, I was kind of waiting for the cat to show up. Let's play some Overwatch? Yes, that sounds great. Is there anything else? There's something extra at the end? Okay. Mm-hmm. I kind of liked him. I'll put him there. Bye. Who? 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 The baby guy. Oh, he was sweet. I liked him. I'm gonna skip characters I don't remember. Bye. Yep. Yep, Gyarados. I didn't much like her. They were okay, I guess. Yes, super cute. I liked him. These two were kind of annoying. I'll put him here. Oh, yes. Oh, she was cute. Yep. I'll put her here, though. I like this guy. Well, actually, he's kind of an so I'll put him here. She was insane, actually. Oh, I hated him. Fuck. Useless. Oh, I loved her. She was great. But she's rich, so I'll put her there. Nothing much to say about him, so I'll put them together. Hairbrain was fine. This guy, don't really care. She was okay. He was funny. I'll put him here. Very whatever. Sorry, Courtney, like, please. Like, fuck. This guy was kind of funny. I liked him a lot. I liked her a lot. He was... I'll put him there. Lovely. Fuck her. Oh, I hated Venus. Goddamn. Gossip. Bye. Bye. These two were kind of funny. Genshin? I mean, B, I guess? I don't have much to say. Clint? He had a point. I'll put him in... wait, what am I missing? Aww. Yeah. So what'd you guys think? I mean, wasn't that fun? Who was scared? Who here was scared? He's super cute. I like them. This guy, I didn't remember who this is. She pissed me the fuck off. He pissed me off. Oh, I liked her a lot. Oh, I loved her. Don't care. Granny was cute. Oh, she was adorable. I loved her too. She was great. I liked her. I liked him too. He was all right. Grandpa was annoying. This dude, he's so cute. I'll put him here. This guy, I'll put him there. He was solid. This guy, like him. This guy, I like him too. Okay, maybe I just put these two together because I like them both. Hated her. Sorry. Haven't played the Edgeworth games. I still need to play Investigations 2. Because at the time I could have played Investigations 1, it was only or Investigation 2 was only in Japanese. But now we don't have to worry about that anymore. So I actually have it. Do I have it downloaded? I don't know. I don't know. All right, we're done with those. Okay, I remember these two. He was cute. I don't remember. I barely remember the rest of these. I really want to play Investigations too. I need to see Eustace. I need to see Eustace in action. I gotta know who this is. I need to know that character. I'm sorry, I have to know. The lady who's oh yeah, yeah. I actually kind of like this guy. Okay. Kazuma, I'll put him like. I like if there were two versions. If his prosecutor version was here, like if his defense attorney version, I would put like up here. But his prosecutor version, I'm like. What I put him? Is he up here? Oh yeah. And then of these, what an excellent cast of characters, by the way. Of these, who are my favorites? These are actually, yeah, these are my favorites. Am I missing anybody? Loki, he's kind of cute. I gotta put him up here. He's too cute. Okay, let me think. Who are I mean, do I want to order these? I mean, I don't want to order these, but I love all of these characters. Yeah, Strong Guards would be. I liked him a lot, actually, but what I didn't like at the end was when he started getting like, no, that's not gonna work. Like every time, no. I like if it was before him being the judge, I would have put him like here or here. But oh my god, he was so fucking bitchy while presiding as a judge. He was like, I don't think it's relevant. He's gotta go. he's gotta go. Actually, you know what? We put him in A. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said that. Genshin, he's gotta go. He's gotta go. It's so funny. That's such a funny thing to say. I'm sorry. He's gotta go. Like, that's so fucking, like, don't say that. That's so funny. Okay, because to say that about somebody, means like, oh yeah, you've been killing people, haven't you? You've taken a number of lives. If you can look at a life and say, oh, that they gotta go, and be serious, that's so funny. I don't know, like, how do you say that? You can't just say that. Let's see ya. The jury, I mean me, has spoken. You gotta go. So what now? I guess we just play Overwatch now? That's fine. What do I think about this game? I think it was really good. The dance and deductions, I guess I got a little bit more forgiving towards the end. But it did kind of feel like it was, I don't know, it take a little too long. They were fun occasionally though. This game not having a gimmick in the courtroom is so good. Oh my god. This game really, really wants you to think logically. And I'm telling you, like, they really want you to think logically. It's not like go inspect a piece of evidence and there's your answer. It's like, if this means this and we just learned this information, then look through your whole court record to now find the one thing that is now recontextualized based on this one piece of information that we know. And you got to go through like multiple lines of logic to think that. Isn't that like that's, they really wanted you, they burdened you with paying extremely close attention to not only the stuff that you had, but what changes at a moment's notice based on testimony. And I'm going to tell you something else too. The orange text that they highlight in this game to tell you that you need to pay attention to stuff. Sometimes people say important ass things and they don't even highlight the text. They don't even highlight the text. They just like, you can have the most critical piece of information and it's not orange. But you know what is orange? Iris really loves highlighted cupcakes. Oh, thanks. Oh yeah, that changes everything. Round of applause, thank God. Cupcakes. Oh, thank you. Of course. Barack Van Zieks, your brother was coerced by Lord Strongheart because he threatened to kill his wife with poison cupcakes. That's why it was highlighted. Duh. Duh. Like, what else could it be? Like the one testimony when you had to remember the minister's luggage didn't get checked. I knew that the luggage was going to be an important thing because I was looking at it and I was like, there's nothing else that's significant about this piece of evidence besides the luggage in the corner. But I guess I just didn't have the line of logic. I don't think I did a bad job. I think if I went back and I watched, the game certainly gives you so much to work with in terms of like theorying, like making theories and making deductions on your own. But man, that red herring! I thought Lord Strongheart was the mastermind behind everything, and he was. But did I ever think that Clint was the cause of everything? I mean, I thought that Lord Van Zieks would have had, or Strongheart would have had like dogs, like a police dog. You know what I mean? I agree though. In retrospect, I really do think that like a lot of the old mechanics, like I like Mood Matrix a lot. I really do like Mood Matrix a lot, but I certainly think that Mood Matrix probably could have like, seriously, can you imagine the implications that like if you could read somebody's emotions when they're giving testimony, how powerful that is and how nuanced that could be? You'd have to be like a character psychologist at that point. But they just only gave you 4 emotions of varying intensities. That could have been such like a much more deeper thing. And then it's just like, excuse me, madam, why were you happy when you saw your husband's dead body? You know what I mean? It's like you know, like you could go a little deeper with that, you know? Perceive, I think, it's kind of baby mode, right? This person is clearly lying. Find the area of their body that's like shaking. Okay. Well, what am I supposed to do with that? Okay, and what do you want me to do about that? Cyclox, Cyclox, do I like Cyclox? I don't know if I like Cyclox. I don't hate them, but I was never really excited to do them. I definitely don't hate them. They make sense. They're just too magical, I guess. I don't know.
Now arriving at
If I'm playing Ace Attorney, we are trying to think hard. You know what I mean? We're really trying to deduce. I'm not trying to like Houdini the answers. You know what I'm saying? Like, or at the very least, if I'm guessing, I like to follow the line of logic that the game is following, following, and then understanding it afterwards is like, oh yeah.
The fire in my heart will never burn out.
Cyclops being investigation only. Oh, rather than somebody being in the stand. That is kind of funny to think about. Somebody like is on the stand getting cyclocked, and the jury is just like.
We must search in harmony.
You know, one more thing I actually really don't like about the Ace Attorney series, and I'm sorry, this is just so petty. This is so petty of me, because I know, like, I know. I didn't like Mia dying, and I still don't like it. I never liked it. I just think it's awful. I know we get to play as her. I get it, but